What is up, everyone? Welcome to the stream. My name is David Sinairo. We're playing some Genshin Impact as we travel along the Inazuman Road. But we're in Mondstadt. Hey, Smith, how are you? How is it going, sir? It's Inazuma if you trust your not high sight. Tyre just ran 1 kilometer to catch the bus on time. That's not that much. Kilometer in 2 minutes, I think is something. Ah, yes, then it is. What? This changed and I never changed it. Maybe not 2 minutes, but 3 or 4. At least half an hour. I definitely did 1 kilometer in less than an hour. Definitely. Thank you, Mihoyu, for whatever that was, because I have no idea. Alpha day, some would say? Exactly. I have no idea what was wrong with the Hazo, but I'm glad it was. You have a question? Oh no. But yes, I'm good, thank you for asking. When they say 1 star and 10 wishes, doesn't matter if it's 10 wishes in a row or 1 by 1, right? Yeah, of course. It's the same as a 5 star in 90 wishes. You don't need to do the 90 wishes in a row, right? No problem. So how's your pity going? Have you been managing the event? $64. Have you explored the full map? You've been doing it every day? I haven't been there yet. Can I speak about the maps in a vague way? I mean, I know a little bit, because I know they changed it from the previous islands. Like, they added architecture and shit. But I know the general layout. I've watched people play it. I've watched people play on that map on the first event. So you can talk about it, yeah. You know you can change the islands? I know they did change them in not change. In the previous event, what happened was they raised the islands. They were only showing the top, and then you raised so more of them was showing. I don't know if that's what you mean. Ow. No, sir. What I know from the previous event, you could raise them. If that's not what you can do, then I'd rather not know. Thank goodness, more of my favorite game. I have bad news, though. I have a bunch of shit to do. How long we stuck in this hell? At least until I can have free time and do it on my own. How are you, sir? Because I do believe I've already finished the hours necessary for the streaming event. Okay, Smith. We only wondered who shit on your cereal. Why are you playing this game on a second account? To be able to stream the story. Did I start with my Star Wars mug broken? You are a curse, David. I am. This is what being an influencer is all about. I blame myself too. So you see me as your dad? Is that what you're trying to say? Genshin! Hey Ruben, how are you? Come sit on my lap, Mint. It's your fault. Oh. Wait. So, was it your only Star Wars manga? Also, how is Stray Throw? Still not finished? It's turning into quite the project. You're really fixing this place, huh? Ah, it's you. I mean, I did say I was an upstanding citizen now, didn't I? Have another? Okay. Even I have multiple Star Wars mugs. I should break one of them. It's of Kylo Ren. I should throw it out in the trash where it belongs. I must say though, it's a much bigger project than I originally thought. Yeah, Smith broke his mug. Designer I brought in to plan the new temple got really fired up the moment I told him that this was a Yaksha's temple. That one was incredible, black inside, white outside, simple and pretty. Well, I am now using the worst mug I have. It's about saving the world. It's planet Earth. Look. This is the new stream mug. We save the world, one mug at a time. Earth is dancing. I was at work, he sent me a video singing Once Upon a Time There Was a Mug. Wow. Rude. On that note, I'm lurking, time to stray. Alright, enjoy. The designer I brought in to plan a new temple got really fired up the moment I told him this was a Yaksha's temple. Not only did he draw up sheet after sheet of plans, he even dragged me off to buy materials. If he was a few decades younger, I bet he'd insist on working on this himself. When do I play Stray? I don't know. I hear there's a physical edition that comes with a real cat. You haven't encountered any danger, have you? I recall that this area wasn't the safest. Danger? Oh, you mean monsters and treasure hoarders? You needn't worry. Once they got wind that I was repairing a Yaksha's temple, the Ministry of Civil Affairs assigned some milliliths to help with security. Here's physical edition and implodes. Comes, yeah, maybe. It should come with a real cat. So I can cook it with rice. Neko, yes. We've more or less chased all the nearby monsters away. As for the treasure hoarders, they seem to be lying low now that the Millilith are here. However, the volume of work required to fix this temple has really exceeded my expectations. Turns out we didn't prepare enough materials, so we had to order in more supplies from the city. Does the cat from Stray have a name? While those treasure hoarders probably wouldn't make a move at the work site itself, they might lie in ambush along the delivery route to steal the materials along the way. The Millilith can hold a work site, no problem, but if the delivery gets attacked by treasure hoarders, there's no way they'd be able to respond in time. Could I ask for a favor from you? I know how skilled you are. Those treasure hoarders are definitely no match for you. Could you go and teach them a lesson and dissuade them from disrupting our work? I'll do it. Thank you. Thank you so much. I believe Arrogance yesterday said something like, if I get Toma, I'm stopping. I never play the game again. Hey Cyan, how are you? How goes it, guys? Please stop! We've lost! Please spare us! Don't come near this place in the future. Yes, but they're asked what we've done to offend you. Did you find some treasure in this area by any chance? We're rebuilding a temple nearby. Rebuilding a temple in the middle of these mountains? Woke up from a nap after saying, I am not going to take a nap today. I am weak-willed. There's a temple commemorating an Adeptus here? Wait a minute. Could it be that whole house? Boss, we did see a statue of a bird while we were resting there previously. That must have been... That's Pervasus, one of the Yakshas. Huh? Boss, did we really offend an Adeptus? You want a magazine? Why? Stop talking nonsense. We didn't know, so that didn't count. It was ignorance. I don't think the Adeptus will judge us, right? Anyway, thank you for telling us of the reparations being done on the temple. We apologize for our previous ignorance and rudeness. We'll go back and tell the others to give the temple a wide berth. Do I read magazines or newspapers? No. Only if I'm waiting for something and there's a magazine or newspaper available. Boss, shouldn't we go there and light a few sticks of incense to apologize to the Adeptus? Hey, when did you become such a talker? Come on, let's go! Or if you are an elder? So, why are you offering... Are you saying Cyan is old? Is that what you're saying? Are you fucking rude? Dude, your hair is super fucking long. Hello there. Where are there treasure hoarders about? No, I just remembered that I saw your photo and was like, holy fucking shit! So they left. That's good. Is there anything else I can help with? Thank you for your kindness, but you've already helped me so much. It wouldn't be right. But if you're willing, it would help if you could find us some sandbearer wood. You can consider it your official contribution to the repair work. When did I go there to pick the PS5? February, I think? It's a good deed after all. A little personal participation might bring some good fortune. I'll go get it for you. Alright, just bring the sandbearer wood if you find straight back to me. $12? Shit. For new router? What? My PS5 warranty is almost over. I'm fucked. Why? The only PlayStation I ever had a problem with was PlayStation 2 because of the disc read error. Like the laser worked so much it stopped working. How is it? Did you manage to find the sandbearer wood? Alright, I'll take this sandbearer wood timber. Temple will take a while more to repair, so I'll remain here for the time being. If you have the time, you can come by and check on things. You have that on PS1? I didn't know that happened on PS1. Interesting. I didn't have the PS1 Slim. Mine's the fat. It's right here. Next to me. Hey, my controllers were real. I could feel them. What do you want? Wonder how Mom is doing, and Dad as well. Oh, Traveler, what are you doing here? I remember you asked me how to go to Inazuma last time. I've been to Inazuma. You did go, and you managed to come back. You live up to your reputation as a warrior. Your abilities are far beyond those of ordinary folks like me. Alright, if you don't mind, can you do me a favor? What's wrong? When I left Inazuma, I left without saying goodbye. Ever since I was little, I've longed for the world outside of Inazuma. I like to travel, and dislike being controlled by my parents. After they issued the Vision Hunt Decree, the atmosphere in Inazuma has become increasingly suffocating. That's why I decided to leave my hometown. When I came to Liyue, although I managed to find a way to survive, I couldn't find a reliable person to send a message to my family back home. Can I ask you for a favor to help deliver a letter to my parents? I'll take care of it. Thank you. Well, I'll leave the letter to you. By the way, my father's name is Yo and my mother's name is Michiru. I'll mark the address on the map for you. After leaving my hometown, I've experienced a lot. Now I know that if I want to become an independent and strong woman, I can't just rely on my parents like before. I decided that I won't go back to my hometown in the near future. If I encounter any difficulties outside, I will face them by myself. I think my parents will be proud of me if I can do that. I also wrote about my determination in the letter, so please take it to my parents. Atsuko is very tall. No, it's just Lumin is kind of small. But yeah, let me see. I think I have them here. Shit. Yeah, look at it. The one, the only, the original piece of shit. No. The PlayStation 1 controller. It's so small. Don't do that to the cable, please. Why not? You will fuck the cable? That's how I keep them all. Uh-oh. Yeah, I always keep them like this. Because they take less space. It's not a good cable manager. I thought it was. It's not like I'm using this again. I only keep them for nostalgia. Yeah, I mean... Space-wise, it's a good way to keep them. I believe you that it might not be good for the cable, if you say so. I never thought it wouldn't be. I roll it in my hand. It's more wide and not narrow like middle of the controller. It's just cable too much. Oh, so it's just that one in particular, not every controller. You know what they say about big hands? Hey, you tried. How many dishes should we make for lunch tomorrow? Our kids can eat a lot these days. Let's just cook more. Who might you be? Would you happen to be Atsuko's parents? Yes, we are. What can I do for you? Atsuko asked me to bring you this letter. Letter? Why would that child suddenly want to write a letter to us? The letter is quite long. I mean, she's back at home already, so if she wants to say something, she should just say it to us directly. Atsuko is back? Traveler, it sounds like you're surprised. It's true that Atsuko was traveling abroad before, but she's come back now. Why does she want to send a letter to us when she's already back home with us? Did you mistake us for someone else? Wait a minute, dear. I had a brief scan of the letter. The handwriting and the way it's written, it's definitely from our daughter. The letter also says that she doesn't plan to come back in the near future and tells us to take care of ourselves. What does this all mean? Could it be that she came back on her own while getting this traveler to deliver this letter to us? I feel there might be a misunderstanding. After that child comes home, we'll ask her. Unfortunately, Atsuko had matters to attend to today. After she's back, we'll ask her for a clarification. If it's okay with you, please find us tomorrow evening. We'll get that child to explain everything to you. Where is she now? That child said she's busy. After breakfast, she left the house in a hurry. Yeah, every day she leaves early and comes back late. We only get to see her in the evening, so we aren't sure what she's really up to. Anyway, please come over tomorrow evening. If that child has done something wrong, we'll make sure she apologizes to you in person. We're really sorry that you had to travel such a long way. That Atsuko. If only she was more well-behaved. But PS2 controller, if you don't roll it and unroll it too often, I think it's okay. Usually people roll it fast and tight every day and the cable would just tear apart. I roll it for storage because I don't plan to use it again. Basically, that's it. I enrolled it right now because I wanted to show you guys the controller. I hadn't unrolled it in 10 years or more, I don't know. This is such an ugly mug. I really picked the ugliest mug I have. Hope you give him a shower from time to time. I don't. Atsuko should be back now. Let's knock on the door. They seem to be talking about something. That being said, I wonder what happened to the tanuki that we rescued before. You're too kind. That tanuki only had a minor scrape on its leg. If you let it be in the bushes, it would have recovered by itself. Couldn't help it. It was looking at me with tears in its eyes. It looked very pitiful. My conscience just wouldn't let me. Forget it. It's never wrong to do good deeds. It's just that it ain't a bit too much, nearly as much as me. Knocking on the door. Who is it? I'm the traveler that came here before. I remember you. Please wait here. Hello, I'm Atsuko. First, no, nice to see you again. Sorry, I was homesick. After I gave you the letter, I changed my mind and took a ship back to Inazuma. Sorry for not clarifying things before and making you travel so far. How did you return to Inazuma? I had my ways, haha. You don't have to worry about that. I've prepared the payment for you. Please take it. Thanks for your help. Hurry up and go about the rest of your day. How come the things that Atsuko are telling us are different from what it was before? If returning to Inazuma was so easy, why did you ask us for help in the first place? What happened to your business in Liyue? Business? What business? I had a business in Liyue? That kind of stuff is unimportant. Nothing is more important than family. I already entrusted it all to someone else. Ha! Hang on. The real Atsuko had trouble finding a job in Liyue. There's no way she'd suddenly become rich. Who are you? I'm Atsuko, of course. I look like Atsuko and sound like Atsuko. What's there to be suspicious about? Look here, stop being so persistent. Forget it. I won't talk to you anymore. I've got to work tomorrow. I'm heading off now. It's just a tanuki. Atsuko, that child. Why did she get angry all of a sudden? Sorry about that, traveler. That child must be too tired from her work. Well, you saw her for yourselves. That's our daughter. That letter, maybe that child forgot about it. But in any case, we'd still like to thank you for the trouble you went through. As for the payment, would you be able to wait a little longer? Is there anything wrong? Nothing of that sort. We can still afford the payment. You know how we told you that Atsuko goes to work during the day? The payment that she receives has always been strange. She always brings back weird seeds or some wild fruits, but she never brings back Mora. Even though things like that do have some value, you have to sell them first. For a traveler like you, I guess Mora would be more convenient. Yes. Please come here again tomorrow. By then we should be able to give you the Mora. Do I need crystals? Always? You sell me 300 for one wish. What does that even mean? Where did our daughter run off to? What's the matter? Even if she's working the next day, Atsuko usually says something to us before leaving. But today she left without saying anything. Just desperate. Hey! If you don't get Kazuo, you get Zhongli, right? After you left yesterday, Atsuko said she was tired and went straight to her room to sleep. By the time we got up the next day, she wasn't in bed anymore. We tried looking everywhere for her. My husband searched far and wide. However, even after half a day, we still couldn't find any traces of our daughter. Did that child go off on another journey again? What a troublesome child. Calm down, dear. I'll look for her again. Please sweep Atsuko's room first. After that child left, she didn't close the window properly. A lot of leaves blew into the room. Before I forget, here's the payment. Please take it. That child, Atsuko. Where's she off to this time? Also, these are rumors. I don't know. You will not have time for Zhongli? If you get Kazuha? No. I mean, we don't know how big Sumeru is, how many treasures it has. I'm assuming we're only getting Alpha of Sumeru and getting the other Alpha in 3.1, because that's usually how it goes. Well, that's how it was for Inazuma. I believe we got Narukami and these two in 2.0, and then this, and then Watatsumi and Seirai in 2.1, and then this was 2.2, I think. Better a bird in the hand than two in the bush. Yes. That translates almost exactly the same. Didn't know it in English? Well, The actual thing is a bird in the hand is worth 2 in the bush. Or is worth more than 2 in the bush. Yeah, if you go for Kazuha and get him, maybe you have time to get... You might still have time to get Zhongli. Yes. I hope Dory comes in the first banner, man. I really didn't want to have to make wishes on Zhongli or Ganyu. There's only one archer that I want in this game. Hashtag fuck Venti? What? Dude, Venti is... I had no idea how good Venti was. Until I started playing the Spiral Abyss. The fuck? Oh! Damn! Get wrecked, nerd! Who was that moderator? Yeah, it was Melty. It doesn't say. A gif of Venti? Good choice. Venti is amazing. In the Spiral Abyss, he really, really is such an amazing carry. You really can't go wrong with any of the Archons. Damn! I really want them to bring the Wave Rider back to Liyue. I think it was fun to have there. No. Smint, you're just gonna let it slide? Either the lightning, what is that? Oh, okay. Yeah, I absolutely can't. And wouldn't help anyway. So like a hip-hop genius compared to David? Maybe you are. Beidou is such a cheat in this. It's so cool. That song with a whistle or a flute, I don't know. Very specific. I am completely honest with you, Smint. I feel like I can barely go on living my life normally if I don't know what this hip-hop song is. Oh my god, I can't sleep without knowing what it is. Damn, I just picked up more sea Ganoderma than Smith has ever had. Is that a tanuki? I don't think that's how it works. What if Trump was from your hometown? Would you be required to be Trump's #1 fan? There are exceptions. No shit.
思ってもない収穫だ。
What? Yeah, I've never heard that before. Hey, Zay. How's Morax? How are you doing? I have no idea what song you guys are talking about. Will I keep going? Think so. Morax. At least I knew that Barbara was Jean's younger sister. Why then do they have different surnames? And what are their surnames? You didn't know that? Oh my god, Smith. You just need to play the Hangout. Or, you know, read. Who the hell cares? I care. What are the names of the other Archons? What are the Archon names of Venti and A? Venti and who? Oh god. And the Raiden Shogun. I said A. Her real name? No, the Archon name of Venti and A. Tone Deaf Bard is what Paimon calls him. Come on, everyone in Mondstadt is always saying his Archon name. All the fucking time. It's Barbados. It's hard to top the J Chamber.
上里府へようこそ、お客人方。お嬢がお二人をお待ちしておりますよ。
お前がずっと言ってた白鷺の姫君だよな。どこにいるんだ？
What about, A? What's her Archon name?
屏風の後ろ？
シャブ業のご令嬢はいつもこうして客人と接しているんだ。100年も続いているシャブ業の習わしだ。許してやってくれ。
This is slightly anticlimactic.
まあ、高貴な白鷺の姫君だからな。
海を渡り長旅で疲れていることでしょう。ここへ来てもこのような形でしか会うことができず、本当に申し訳ございません。お二方の到着をずっと楽しみにしていました。トーマからの報告でお二方に形勢を変えるほどの力があることを確認しております。
That's what the uninformed people of the internet say. Ball is her sister. She's buildable.
昨今の稲妻ではメガリレーの遂行により人々の願いが次々と踏みにじられています。
You do know she has a twin sister, right? Okay, good. So the dead sister Raven Makoto is Baal. Raven A is Beelzebul.
シャブ業は将軍様に仕えているとはいえ、職務上人々と最も近い立場でもあります。もともと奉行の権力は民の信頼から来るもの。このような状況を見て見ぬふりをしていては安心して眠ることすらできません。旅人さん、どうかあなたの力を私たちにお貸しください。私たちならばきっと。
No, it's not a flex. I like that. Like, I think the story is good. I'm just here to meet the Raiden Shogun.
言ったでしょう、お嬢。そのやり方じゃダメだって。
I'm going to leave now.
少々お待ちを。どうかお待ちください。あなたを将軍様のところへ導くことを約束します。その代わり私の3つの願いを叶える手伝いをしてください。
どんな願いなんだ
？3人の神の目を失った方々にまつわることです。
I think
彼らにお会いすればあなたもきっと。
like, I think this is important. Like, for example, why is it, why do Barbara and Jean have different surnames? That's like nerdy shit. Obviously, it's because one was raised by the mom and one was raised by the dad. Barbara's dead. Barbara was raised by her dad, who is like a big shot in the church, and Jean was raised by her mom. So they each use their names. I don't think she's dead, no. Only Chi-Chi is dead. I don't know if you're aware.
村を守る武人。過去にメガリレーを執行していた武士。それと天下一を目指す剣術家。これで合ってるか？
はい。その者たちをできる限り助けてあげてください。
I will
私
go
は
as you
ここで
wish.
あなた方の帰りをお待ちしております。では、お願いします。
頑張ってくれよ、みんな。
Primo gems. No, where is she? Hayaka, come back. This is where I summoned for Ayato. I did a little ritual and came here. I always summon if I'm like using a bunch of wishes, I always go to a specific place to summon. She's a zombie? I thought she was almost falling asleep. No, that's Ganyu. Ganyu is almost falling asleep at all times. Because she's so old. For Razor? Yes, but Razor is not because he's old. I can't do anything here, can I? No. Let's get to the Sakura. Man, it's really awesome to be exploring this again. Inazuma is such an amazing map. What do you want? Shit. Destroying that guy on the roof. I'm finding so many... What? Well. Finding so many artifacts. Not all of these are in the interactive map. When I farm my artifact route. Damn. Huh? Let's go. It's shit. Oh my god. Who knew? If my alt account gets Kazuha and Smith doesn't get Kazuha, he's going to hate me forever. Is it because I have C2, C1 Kazuha? C2, damn, I wish. Don't be such a hater. Celtic Angel, thank you for the raid. How are you? Oh. No, don't move, slimes. Come on. I'm good, I'm good. Stream's going well. No Kazuha yet. Wait. Oh. That's not what I wanted to do. What were you playing? I think the mods are all asleep. Why doesn't it say the game? It's supposed to say the game. Weird. A Plague Tale? Oh, nice. You enjoying it? I cheat at these puzzles and win. I still haven't played it, but I'm really curious about that game, actually. I think it's the kind of game that I will definitely love. Wow, destroyed. This is what I get for not ascending the world, but ascending the characters. Started today. Ah, nice. I already have it. I really should think about streaming it soon. Going to have some rest. Alright, alright. You have a good night too, and I appreciate the rating. Hope you keep enjoying Plague Tale. Come down, bitch. I had no idea that could happen. Ganyu 2 OP, please nerf. Don't you ever nerf Ganyu. Don't you dare. It's a little late for that, I think. You never know. But I don't think they will. Nice. Guys, I don't know what you're trying to accomplish here, but you're right on the edge of the playable area. Come on, they're going to reset. What do you, huh? What do I do? I call his name? Fucking nerd, what? What did you want me to say? Do not know the answer? How would I not know the answer? I play the game. I mean, even you knew, since you're asking. Right? But Smint, what is Fischl's true name? What is Fischl's true name? The name she was born with. Or the name her parents gave her. Amy, very good. Is it in the event? Do they say it in the event? Yes. Fucking awful. Wrecked. Then not good. Come on, at least I know. Sure, sure. At least you paid attention to the quest you did today. Red. Is it some German crap? Oh no, it's Amy. That's alright. Yeah. So you know where the name comes from? official? No. Flowers for Princess Fischl. She loves this book, so she adopted the name. Is Mona Mona's real name? Yes. I think Megistus is not a surname though. I think it's it's a position, but it's unclear. She's Mona Megistus, right? The thing is, we don't really know what Megistus means. Yeah, exactly. No, the thing is it her name or is it like, did she adopt that because of what she is, or was that always her name? Oh. A chest. Do you want me to tell you where I summoned for Kazuha? Meant? Are you a superstitious person? I will try it, fuck the mambo jambo. I'm in a position of, I'm not a believer, but I'm like, it's no harm. It's not going to harm me if I try it, so I might as well. Right? Do you know where the vision of his friend is? I just think where's the likeliest place for someone to manifest. So I came here, and my party was Beidou and Azo and Lumine. Lumine, Beidou, and Azo. Even the party? Yes. Because if you have 3 people in the party, the new character goes immediately into your party, which is a nice thing. Like, you get him and you have him in your party immediately. So it's like you're inviting him right into joining his friends. I always do that. For Klee, I did I did Jean,
次の目的地へ
Jean, Albedo, and someone else. I don't remember who. And I was in Jean's office, because that's right next to where Klee is always grounded. I sat on the chair and summoned. And Barbara, because they all went together to the islands. Klee gets grounded too many times. Yes, that's the description. That's the entire character's description. Where is she? I'm on my alt account. Fuck. I'm stupid. Regular at the Knights of Favonia's confinement room. Right in the description.
爆弾持ちすぎたのかな。
Is Klee the best character in this game? Maybe. Who knows? She might be. She probably is. Best character in this game is Cement. That's the most unbelievable character of them all. You really need to suspend your disbelief for that character. I'll be out in 3.0, Cyan, get ready. So you're the Dendro dog guy? Cement is in Gran Turismo 7, did you know that, David? No. But he's also in, he's in Genshin, he's in Star Wars Jedi Fallen Order. He's the free Dendro character, no one is willing to pay for him. Damn. Burn. That's true. They say keep your friends close and your enemies closer. No one realizes that it's the same.
運な一日だ。
It's hard to keep that close. Why? Does he smell bad? Yes. Oh hey, I found the secret room. I wonder how secret it is. Right, Smith? Wait, huh? Without you want him to smell you without his nose? What does that even mean? Is that lewd? Do you want him to smell you with his tongue? Ew. Hey, I'm not judging you guys. Love is love. I'm not sure how normal people get to the Grand Narukami Shrine. I said I'm not sure how normal people are supposed to get to the Grand Narukami Shrine. Fuck normal people, damn. Why are you such a hater? What did the normies ever do to you? They did wars to you? Alright, I'll worry about that later. Or never. Who knows?
悪くない収穫だ。
Yeah, do normal people take this route up? At least they have food, right? They have some onikabuto so they can eat. The verticality of this is so fun. This map is great. Yeah!
迷ってらっしゃ
Got
る
him.
大臣様に打ち明けてみてはいかがでしょう。ダルカミ様、あの人が無事でいられますように。
Straight to level 5, good. Stringless, huh? Hello, traveler from afar. Welcome to the Grand Narukami Shrine. If you have some trouble or just want to make a wish, feel free to ask Mrs. Gendo. Oh, it's auto-skipping. Shit. See, I understand the situation. The sacred sakura cleansing ritual is a very important rite, and there are indeed records of it. But the actual details of the ritual have been lost. The summary you are holding is a very valuable historical artifact in that regard. Lost. Hard to put two behind this. If you say it's so important, then they might be up to something here too. Oh no, the degradation here is due to poor preservation, humidity, and moths. It's a great shame, but a lot of historical records have been lost. Lady Ai and Sir Kamisato were fretting over this earlier as well. But as for the sacred words, I do know a thing or two. Please tell us how to unseal that ward. I apologize, but the sacred words used to seal the ward are not some sort of specific formula. Instead, they are something created by the one who casts the seal themselves. What do you mean? The spell was created on the fly by the caster? This is not precisely so either. Sacred words of this sort do have some rules. Do elaborate. I believe that the records go something like this. The first line represents one's own status in Inazuma, something with the word envoy attached to it, I believe. The second line is meant to explain the source of one's power, something like dango, amen, or a light novel, for example. Oh, Paimon gets it. Those are definitely great power sources. I'm just giving an example. The records use something like Onmyo, Hakyo. As for the third line, is it something you can just make up? Yes, you've guessed it. It can be whatever you want it to be. Considering how long it's been, I doubt that any still live will understand how to use this third line. What shall we do then? Miss Masked Maiden's commission and the Soul Nation, it's all gonna go kaput. Relax, Paimon, she isn't done talking yet. Perhaps these two items can be of aid to you. This is the memento lens. Memento? So it's a souvenir? Since the two of you are so knowledgeable, I trust that you must have heard of the camera. It's a Fontaine-made device that can record images. A long time ago, when Rito was first founded, the Hiragi clan leader Hiroshi imported many new inventions from other places to prove the benefits of building a trading hub. For example, he used the Shneznayan blast furnace to turn an old Hiragi clan mansion at Tenshukaku into a hot spring, before sending it as a gift and token of appreciation to Her Excellency. He also used the demon exorcising mirror gifted to the Hiragi clan by the Kitsune Saigo to create a special camera in Fontaine. It can record thoughts and memories. It was returned to us here at the shrine as a token of appreciation and friendship. Why is Paimon in this game? As a guide. Why is Navi in Zelda? We don't know. No one will ever know. As the years passed, the camera itself ceased to function. Only the lens blessed by the Kitsune Saigo can still see things that no longer exist in special places. In my head, I like to think that Paimon serves the purpose of, because your main character is not from this world, she can't really speak the language. So she understands, but she doesn't talk much, which is true. She rarely talks. So Paimon kind of serves that purpose, right? But really, that's just an excuse. Paimon doesn't need to be here. As the years passed, the camera itself ceased to function. Only the lens blessed by the Kitsune Saigo can still see things that no longer exist in certain special places. We extracted the lens and named it the Memento lens. The two of you have come on account of the Sakura, and I can sense from our conversation that you are trustworthy. I believe that it will come to good use in your hands. I suppose you may not be familiar with this as outsiders, but we believe that everything has a soul. Even stones and trees have memories, and when an item is left unused for a long time, it'll grow bitter with dissatisfaction. As such, we might as well give the lens to someone who can show it all the changes the world has gone through rather than letting it gather dust in our shrine. No problem, leave it to us. Legend has it that after the Kitsune Saigu disappeared, their familiars, the Earth Kitsune of Narukami Island, turned into sleeping statues in many places, waiting for her to return. If you see a small, strange-looking fox statue, looking at it through the memento lens may reveal something new. Thank you. May the Electro Archon bless you. I shall be counting on you too, then. Smint! Where are you? He's dead. Smint is dead. You want a fortune slip? Geez, she's so cold. Yes, I'd like one. Got it. Here's how it goes. First shake this thing over here. Isn't it called a fortune slip box? Yes, a bamboo slip will drop out from it. Give it to me and I'll give you a matching strip of paper. Pretty sure they say it's a fortune slip. Whatever. Someone's got a question. What do we do if we get one that means bad luck? Spate, you got a problem with that, huh? Eh? Isn't there a shelf-like thing outside we can use to, Did she seriously just say... Let me see. Oh, right. So it's like this. Tie the inauspicious slip onto the fortune slip hanger to change ill fortune to good. Alright, if you get a slip with ill fortune, just tie it to that shelf. That'll do. What a bunch of... no, sorry. We at the Grand Narukami Shrine are most gentle indeed. Even if you should draw a slip with bad luck, you shall have a chance to turn it around. Something about this doesn't seem right. Let's go draw a slip, Lumine. Give me that bamboo slip. This shrine really seems to lack the whole divine affection thing, huh? Here. Let's see how our luck's going. Oh yes, you can only draw one fortune slip each day. Please remember that. It's too tiring otherwise. Wait, no, if not, you won't be able to use the fortune slip hanger to... No, that's not right either. What was I supposed to say? Fortune slips are the manifestation of our Archon's will. It's our place as mortals to respect it and do all we can. See? Elegantly put. So please remember, you can only draw one fortune slip each day. Let Paimon see, let Paimon see. Yeah, not bad. Being with Paimon will certainly bring you good fortune. Hello, attitude. What's the problem? Oh, it's nothing, ma'am. What was my fortune? Rising fortune. Okay. Did I unlock all the teleports? I did. Well, not these, but I can't get to those yet.
無人島に閉じ込められた時、雨水は大事な水源になる。今は役に立たないけどな。
Wait. This was a bad idea. What is this? Why is there a chest here? Stan asking the important questions. He is. How are you, Era? Did you get Thelma? Okay. Is that on its way out? How's life on the sun? Awful. It's getting better. Keeps healing too well, so it maintains pressure. AC turns on and off in intervals regardless of temp. It's a nightmare. Wow. In cold or it gives you cold or heat? I don't think air conditioning units do eat. What? Of course they do. Otherwise it's just a cooling unit. An air conditioning unit does both. Yeah, I got it. Not sure what the problem was, but whatever. I'll take the Primos.
次は酒だ。
お主でこの刀を試す。
はあ。
その手は食わぬ。
次の仕事は。
お主の勝ちだ。
I think he gave up.
収穫があるのはとてもいいことです。
He gave up on life. He was about to reset.
ついていきます。よっ。
Alright, I'm gonna go in there, but first, a little break. I'll be right back.
.行こう。次の目的地へ。騎士団のみんなは真面目にやっているのだろうか。 行動するのだ。ここにとどまっているわけにはいかない。騎士団のみんなは真面目にやっているのだろうか。行こう、次の目的地へ。騎士団のみんなは真面目にやっているのだろうか。
Alright, I'm back. So, Arrogance, have you been watching One Piece still? Have you watched any more? Okay. Do you plan to? Is this the middle one? So 2. too. Bray. Sure, just like I plan to finish Persona 5 Yakuza 0 on South Park Fractured Anus and Cyberpunk and Judgment. So never. Got it.
お主がこの刀をこぬぞ。
よく見ておけ。話が通じないなら風雪なしくず。風よ、私に答えるのだ。いざ勝負。はあ。
Wow, what a monster. Come on, silly. God damn it. Going back to a game when I'm actually in the mood makes all the difference? Yeah, I believe that. No reason to play it if you're not in the mood to play it, right? It's not like anyone's holding a gun to your head. Something you want to tell us? Is it trouw? Is it melty? Throw is now a cat? Throw the cat? That sounds like a Sonic character. I believe it. Ubisoft has been blackmailing me for years. Fuck them. That might be one of the most accurate Twitch emotes ever made. Yes, it looks like the spirit veins here can still be used. Her familiars are also here. Yes, it is a fine place. Well then, allow me to use the sacred words to protect the sword. And the first line shall be, in the name of Narukami's envoy. Yeah, they canceled 4 games today, didn't they? The new Ghost Recon Battle Royale and Splinter Cell VR. All in all, great news. And let us part ways here. You're so cold. Rosy-cheeked in the morning, bleached bones by dusk. Oh, come on, it was at least half an emotional reunion for me. Actually, maybe it was more like 1/4. You're gone already, come on. Guess I'll just follow the previous example and use end of the Yakushin bloodline as the second line. I am no master on Miyoji after all. You are! That person who seems very nice on the surface. Hey, long time no see. Guess you're still so cold to me, huh? Wait, no. Who are you? This scent. Is it time for the cleansing ritual again? I am. Call me Hanachi Surato. No need to tell me. I get it. I thought she had returned for a moment there. So that's what happened. Yeah, don't worry about it. Nice to meet you, Miss Hanachi Surato. I don't remember now. About the secret Sakura. About you. About Raiden. Oh, wait. Perhaps what you're seeing right now is not me, but Yoroi in disguise. After all, Miss Hanachi Surato, you've never seen me in person before, right? I'm not sure there would be much difference either way, if my memory serves. Eh? Come on, that wasn't called for. How quickly the shrine has fallen to neglect after losing its master and the incense within. I can only hope that the barrier within the cavern still stands strong. Ah, I remember now. She once instructed people to construct a locked gate by a canal on the road leading to Shinju Forest before giving the key to the Konda clan. I hope everything is still alright. That being said, after she left, Yoroi seems to have let his tribe to wreak havoc everywhere. I could have kept one eye shut had Yoroi stayed in Shinju Forest. Guess he needs to be taught a good lesson. this was my previous... Wait, that wasn't me. It was her previous territory. That person over there seems so familiar. I need another line. My, that lady is such a buzzkill. If I am to have a disciple one day, I shall find that cheerful and beautiful lady. Yeah, I'll make sure of that. As for the third line, alright, this looks good. Bring forth the fried tofu. Since this is our territory, the land of the Hakushin bloodline, we'll go with that. Time to unlock the seal. The first line is... In the name of the Narukami's envoy. Is that right? Well, whatever. Paimon remembers that the second line should be... And of the Hakushin bloodline. The third line should be something about delicious food. Bring forth the fried tofu. That's right, fried tofu. It was delicious fried tofu. That should do the trick. Ward. That's silly. So this is number 2. And then 3. Three. And 3. You watch Shell Up series this week in video games? No. Again, the two of you have my thanks. Whoa! This again, eh? I apologize. There are some things that become a habit, perhaps. Why are you following us around? Couldn't you just say hello? She must have her reasons. Sorry, Paimon's tired from floating around too much. Paimon didn't mean to be rude. It is alright. The barrier here has been undone successfully, and thus does the cleansing ritual come a step closer to completion. Thank you very much. What's the deal with the sacred sakura cleansing ritual anyway? Is it the same as the cleansing you asked us to do earlier? Miss Inagi also mentioned this before. Inagi? Is Miss Inagi a shrine maiden named Misato by any chance? Her name's Otomi, Paimon thinks. That's right. It has been such a long time. But she also said that the method has been lost. Well, it has been so long after all. It is understandable. I mean, so much time has passed. Don't worry, I'm not angry. Yes, it's just my memory throwing a tantrum. Miss Masked Maiden does seem to be very angry, actually. Anyway, the sacred Sakura cleansing ritual is a rite of purification. The Thunder Sakura of Narukami Island can absorb the filth within the earth, but over time that filth will accumulate. If too much filth accumulates, the Thunder Sakura may wither. Therefore, it is necessary to perform some minor purifications on the roots of Thunder Sakura scattered in 5 places around Narukami Island every once in a while, and to set a barrier up. This way, they are given the power to remove the accumulated filth. What about the cleansing ritual, then? When there is enough filth accumulated in the barrier, it becomes necessary to perform the cleansing ritual. Been watching for the past month or two, solid wrap-ups for the week, interesting stuff. Okay. I haven't been watching anything lately, just tired. Paimon gets it. So when performing the cleansing ritual, you'll need to use a ward to break the barrier over the 3 roots. This is an excellent understanding of the situation. Of course, we've done it twice now after all. So those monsters that look like samurai were... So is that how they present themselves nowadays? They are the embodiment of the land's defilement. Once driven out of the roots by the ward, they will condense into a physical form. Back then, according to past records, they would turn into Kasha, Inugami, Black Jades, Umibozu, Raging Flames, and other such things. And not all of them would harm people either. For example, there were the Tofu Boys. Kasha? Tofu Boys? What in the world are those? Well, people don't know about these creatures nowadays? But now, they have all turned into ferocious Oshimusha. What has happened to Inazuma? So what if the cleansing rituals aren't performed and the trees do wither? As I recall, the records say that the Thunder Sakura almost withered several hundred years ago. Monsters raged unchecked then. Even the seas turned black. The Thunder Sakura tried their hardest to absorb all the evil and the filth, and they almost died in the process. What happened then? The things that came after, I'm really sorry, but I'm not too familiar with them. Either way, the present situation tells me that the problem was resolved in the end. Someone performed the cleansing ritual. You mentioned that there are 5 places. Think to your efforts 2 root barriers have been undone. Next. Having done and seen so much, the 2 of you must be tired and hungry. I have prepared some dishes. I hope you will like them. Wow, it looks delicious. You might be wearing a mask, but you're the best shrine maiden in Inazuma for sure. We're ready for the best shrine maiden in the land. Well then, please enjoy yourself. Oh, this is great. Is it really? Well, now that Paimon thinks about it, we just ate so much, but it feels like we've eaten nothing at all. Miss Masked Maiden, did you use magic? You seem very sensitive to things of a mystical nature. Regardless, please don't worry. These dishes were made with magic I secretly learned from the Bake Danuki. They are absolutely harmless, generally speaking. Generally speaking? The reason I have served you such suspicious, well, delicious food is to help heal the remaining roots. The Shinju Forest is also home to a ward and a root that requires cleansing, and I believe that an old friend of mine still dwells deep within that forest. You believe? It was a very long time ago. I'm afraid that I'm not entirely sure if he remembers me or if he might hate me. He can't move freely and he can't communicate with people either, but after eating this, you should be able to communicate with him. That old friend of mine should be able to help you at least a little. So I did this, for the sake of the cleansing ritual. The 2 of you have already twice demonstrated your honor, compassion, and skill. Surely you will finish the deed for the sake of this land's well-being, right? Yeah. Since Miss Masked Maiden says we have to, let's finish this fight. You're too easily led, Paimon. Hey, how could you say that? What about the other routes? Apart from Shinju Forest, there's a tree route at a place called Araumi. I wonder if there are still people living there. I haven't been there for a long time. The last one is outside the Kamisato residence. There's a pit on the beach northeast of there, and the route is within. I leave the cleansing ritual to you. Wait a moment. Please go ahead. Back there in the abandoned shrine, Miss Masked Maiden, we saw someone who looked just like you through the memento lens. Her name was Anna Shizurato. Are you that Anna Shizurato? Indeed I am. Has Paimon been cheated? She said so in the beginning, you know. Well, anyway, what was that all about? I'm sorry, I never meant to hide anything from you. I've just never had a chance to explain. Nor is now the right time either. I'm really sorry. Well, fine. Someone gets it. Just let us know once you got the chance, Miss Masked Maiden. Right, Blumine? You're right. Thank you very much. Yes, one other thing. When you spoke of the memento lens earlier, what were you referring to? That mirror. Hiroshi, what happened? I lost my composure. Please forgive me. In that case, please keep this memento lens safe. It is a very precious instrument indeed. I understand. Please do. It is very precious. Don't worry, I'll be sure to look after it well. There are small fox statues in many different places. They're called Earth Kitsune. With a memento lens, one can summon forth scenes from the past at those statues' locations. If it can be of aid in your adventures, please make good use of the memento lens. We'll use it well. Please do, and protect it. Don't bump it against things, and remember to clean it regularly. Okay, got it. That's good. Now then, if you'll excuse me, I must go. How will we meet up? If the Crimson Sakura knows the pain of parting, it will forever stay. Our fates shall surely be entwined like those of the Sakura bloom. Till our next meeting, I will be praying for your success beneath the well in Konda village, where you successfully purified the Thunder Sakura root. I wish you all the best. One out of 3. Okay, so the other one I did is counted as done.
やるじゃないか。これが海山を滅ぼした力だ。
Oh, come on.
行くぞ。えい。はっ。あっと。やあ。えい。せや。この程度の傷。剣に誓う。いざ勝負。やっ。はあ。やっ。行くぞ。と。はあ。やっ。やっ。はあ。せや。実に幸運な一日だ。
I hate these guys. Oh, yay!
れどれ、彩香が言ってた人は。
どうしてなんじゃ。もう何年もここにいるのに、なぜ今さら離れると？
そうだそうだ。まだ心の準備もできておらん。いきなりそんなことを言われても、子供たちもまたお前と遊びたいと思ってる。頼む、考え直してくれ。
あいつが彩香の言ってた人に間違いないみたいだな。早く行ってみようぜ。
行こう。次の目的地へ。あんたは手島さんを引き止めに来たのかい？
What's
手
happened?
島さんはな、30年前にここに来てからずっとこの地におられる方じゃ。強盗団を追い払ったり、魔物を撃退したり、村の争いを止めてくれたり。彼は多くの心血をここに注いできた。私らの最も尊敬するお方じゃ。しかし、いきなりここを離れるなんて言い出したんじゃ。もしかしたら、私ら何か間違えたことをしてしまったのかのう。できることなら、手島さんに火を浴び、これからもここに残ってほしいんじゃが。
Why the change?
このことはメガリレーと関係があるのかもしれない。手島さんは何も悪くないのに神の目を押収された。その後の彼は人が変わったようだった。うまく言えないが、彼は何か大切なものを失ってしまったようだった。村の周囲を一人で何度も回っていたかと思うと、いきなり世界を一周するなんて言い出したんだ。俺たちも別に彼をここに留まらせようとしているわけじゃない。ただ、魂が抜けたような彼をこのまま行かせることはできない。
どうやらみんな、あの人のことを尊敬してるみたいだな。お前が手島って人だな。どうしていきなりここを離れようとしてるんだ？
俺か？離れるっていうよりも、どうしてここに居続けているのかがわからない。
You've lived here for a long time.
ああ。だがそれは俺が残る理由にならない。30年前、どうして俺はここに来たんだ。30年もの間、どうして俺はずっとここにいた。もう何も覚えてない。神の目を奪われてから、たくさんのことを忘れてしまったようだ。昔の俺はここに残りたいようだったが、今はもうそんな考えもなくなった。どこか遠くに行った方がマシだ。まあ、心の中は空っぽなままだが。
そうだったのか。それって、お前がここに残る理由を探し出せば残ってくれるってことだよな。おーい。でも自分でも忘れてるみたいだし、どうすればいいんだろう。頑張って思い出してみるってのはどうだ？こうピキーンっていう感じで。
そういえば、以前手島さんに果物を届けた時、日記を書いていたような。
俺にそんな習慣があったのか？正直、もう覚えていない。
あったあった。その時の手島さん、面白いことを書き記しておいて、大事な時に使うんだって言ってたよ。
それだ。そ その日記を探せば手島さんを引き止めることができるかもしれない。あたりを探してみようぜ。
じゃあ頼んだよ。私は先に村に帰って手島さんの状況を他のみんなに説明してくる。
いつの日かユイジの兄ちゃんみたいに立派な人になれ。
これが手島さんの日記みたいだな。どれどれ。今日は村のみんなと一緒に干物の網焼きを作った。俺は不器用でうっかり網を焦がしてしまった。仕方なく最初から黒魚のかば焼きを作っていたことにした。今日は村で溺れていた子供を助けた。その子は自分の友達のバンブがまだ水の中にいると言った。俺は半日かけて探し回り、やっとわかった。そのバンブっていう友達はその子の飼っているカニだった。今日はタコをあげに行った。糸が突然切れた。どんなに追いかけても追いつけなかった。仕方なく休憩できる場所に座り、それが遠くへ行くのをただ眺めていた。なんか全部日常の出来事みたいだな。あれ、待てよ。これを見ろ。今日はまた近くの祠へお祈りに行き、そこでずっと座っていた。お前が送ったお守りも色あせたが、それでも俺の一番大事なものだ。なんか有力な情報みたいだな。祠に行ってみようぜ。
Do we know how long ago he lost his vision?
これが手島さんの日記にあったお守りか。見た感じ女の子のものみたいだな。色も模様も。これをずっと持ってたってことは手島さんの元素力が残ってるかも。これで何かできないかな。
Huh?
ここが手島さんがよく来てた場所みたいだ。地面に動かした痕跡があるぞ。もしかして手島さん、何かお宝をここに隠してて、それでずっとこの村に残ってたの？
Exciting! We're about to dig up his dead kid.
30年も守ってきたお宝。きっとすごいんだろうな。早く掘り出してみようぜ。これは手紙？時間が経ちすぎててもう黄ばんでるぞ。本田村、聞き覚えのある名前だな。どこだっけ？
It's here.
ってことは手島さん、ここでずっと人を待ってたのか？でももう30年も経ってるんだぞ。まだ現れてないなんて。とりあえずこれらを手島さんに渡そう。
Solid bets that he was an Animo Vision user.
そうだ。この日記にあるのは確かに俺の筆跡だ。お守りと手紙も俺のものだと思う。それに書いてあることはもう忘れたが、しかし俺は確かにここで誰かを待っていた。30年も。その間、毎日起きた面白い出来事を記録した。再会した時にこの30年もの月日を彼女に聞かせるために。いろんなことが起きたな。時間が過ぎるのは早い。もうこんなにも経っていた。どうしてこんな重要なことを忘れていたんだ。よく考えると、神の目を奪われてから自分の中が空っぽになった気がする。愛も後悔も彼女に関することも全て消えた。
Does that make you feel sad?
そうでもない。彼女が誰かさえも忘れているしな。彼女の姿、声、俺と経験した出来事、全て忘れてしまった。初めから彼女がいなかったかのように、全てが儚い夢だったかのように。
So you still plan on living? Leaving?
それはもういい。こんなにも待ったんだ。これからも待ち続けよう。ただ、本当に彼女に会えたとしても、名前すら口にできなかったら、彼女は悲しく思うだろうか。それを考えると、俺の心は確かに悲しくなる。おかしいな。彼女のことはもう覚えてないのに、どうしてこんな思いを抱くんだ。前もそうだった。心の中が空っぽで何か欠けているような。何はともあれ、俺がここに残る理由を取り戻してくれてありがとう。ここに残って彼女を待ち続けるよ。
手島さんはそんなに悲しくないって言ってたけど、なんかオイラはすっごく悲しいぞ。
Losing a reason to feel sad is maybe the saddest thing of all.
綾香とトーマが言ったように、神の目を失ったら願いと関係ある全てが同時に失われるのかもな。これが手島さんがあんなことになった原因だと思う。オイラたち手島さんの役に立てたかな。はーい、次の人を探しに行こう。綾香からの情報だと、2人目の神の目を奪われた人って天領奉行の武士だったよな。
いざ勝負。
Okay. My name is Yoroi. do whatever you want. Don't kill me? Well, the statue's talking and it's so scared that it can barely string a sentence together. I'm no statue. This unseemly appearance is but the work of a temporary seal. My name is Yoroi, the world-renowned Bake Tanuki. Yoroi? What? Are you telling me that folk nowadays have heard not of Yoroi? The Tanuki Goyen Scroll, Yoroi's Teapot, Kakushigami o Obayashi, Yogo Tanuki Gassen. Of these tales have you heard nothing? How long has my seal persisted? I mean you no harm. What? You aren't here to destroy me? Come now, why did you not say so earlier then? Well then speak, why have you come seeking me, the Lord of Bake Tanuki? This is about the sacred Sakura cleansing ritual. Sacred secular what now? What is that? Some manner of Oni treasure? This guy is unbelievable. Is he really Miss Masked Maiden's old friend? Anyway, we're looking for something hidden inside a Kitsune statue. Why are you looking for that, might I ask? It's on that comms account that I was sealed in here for 1 million years? I don't know how long it's been. Sunlight doesn't come through the Shiju forest. There's no way to tell time. Back then, I wreaked havoc everywhere to lure that sneaky Kitsune out, but it was all in vain. Eventually, I decided to vent my anger by dismantling one of those Kitsune statues, and I found a comb inside, which gave me an idea. The comb was hidden inside a Kitsune statue and even had the Hakushin symbol on it, which reminded me of her white fur. Thus I concluded immediately that it must be very important, in which case I just needed to hide the comb and that sneaky Kitsune would surely come out. Yep, treasure's a good way to lure people out for sure. Then what happened? Then came one of the humans from the Yugo 3. He defeated my tribe and I, turning all of us to stone. So that's why Yoroi is afraid of humans. Humans. They're so short-lived, and they can't even transform. I don't get why that Kitsune likes them so much. That guy who sealed me up was especially infuriating. He even told me to strike a nice pose so I can become nice scenery. Why that little... Well, you do make for nice scenery. How could you? Hey, Lumine, don't annoy him, or we may never get that word. I mean that you are truly handsome, and truly... That's right, you make this dark forest look so much more colorful. And? Even the statues of the Seven pale in comparison. Well, so being sealed up is not such a bad thing after all, eh? See, humans don't mean you any harm. I reckon I can see where you're going, but at the same time I also don't. Could we borrow that comb you spoke of? Well, you certainly could, but only if you play with the children first. Sure, that's easy. Lumine is good with kids. That's right, I play with Paimon all the time. Hey! Shosei, Gyobu Koban, and Kishiboshi. Go find these 3 little tanuki and play with them. I would do it, but as you can see, I'm not exactly at any liberty to move. That drafted fellow was a bit sloppy when he sealed them. That's why some of them were able to get out earlier. Wait, that's not correct. We should say rather that we Bake Tanuki are most powerful indeed. It's only normal, therefore, that we could free ourselves from a mere human seal. Well, what about you then? You speak the truth, Yoroi the mighty and powerful. Although their power can't really compare to mine, they can still use it to hide themselves. Alright then, off you go. What?
一日だ。
Ishiboshi, my friend.
いざ勝負。風の神よ、我らを導きたまえ。思ってもない収穫だ。
Too easy. That kitsune that was supposed to protect the ward. It's empty inside. Maybe it was eaten by Miss Mask's old friend. Let's go find out. Miss Mask? Paimon just came up with that nickname. How is it? Easier to remember, right? Not at all. Well, forget it then. Anyway, let's find some clues first. We were already on the track of the clues, Paimon. Well done. They seem to be quite happy. No problem. Let me ask them for you. Gyobu Goban was asking, if you are humans, why do you smell like tanuki? Actually, that's right. I demand an explanation. Why do you smell like tanuki? You're only asking this now? We ate some strange stuff. Right, that's what happened. Miss Masked Maiden cooked us a very lavish meal earlier, and she said that she used magic. She secretly learned from the Bake Daruki to make it. What? She learned our magic in secret? How dare she? Could it be? come on. That sneaky Kitsune. She was still alive. She could at least have come over to say hello, right? She's a shrine maiden with a mask. She called you an old friend. Mask? I don't know anyone with a mask. Don't know any shrine maidens either. I do know a Kitsune though. That said, that sneaky Kitsune did appear in the form of a shrine maiden before. What does the shrine maiden you speak of look like? She wears a white fox mask. Anything else? She had short black hair. She wore a shrine maiden outfit. Don't know her. Never seen anyone like that in my life. Is that so? Yeah, sure. Leave it to me. Shosei said, it was fun playing with you. Thanks. Paimon had a lot of fun too. So about that calm. Now, I am in the world-renowned Bakedanuki Yoroi, and I will surely keep my word. You may have the calm. What do you plan to do with the calm anyway? It probably still smells like Kitsune. Well, here's what happened. What? I didn't realize that it was so important. You should have said so earlier. I was sealed over this thing for 1,000,000 years. Stop speaking so lightly of my misfortunes. Never mind, it's all water under the bridge now. I do also have some inkling about the barrier near the forest. Back when I was fighting that sneaky Kitsune, I once saw it on the eastern seashore. It looks like a thunder sakura with a torii gate, right? Back when that guy was battling the demons or whatever, I was worried that some of them might come out to hurt us, so I used magic to put a seal on that place. Let me see, the seal should be under the cliff, face to the east. Kishiboshi, take them there and remove the seal. Thank you, Yoroi. Alright, enough jibber-jabber. Go now. If you run into that sneaky Kitsune, remember to send her my regards. Just say... let me think. You ticked me off real good this time, you jerk. Come back and fight me. Our contest isn't over yet, and help me break the seal while you're at it, would you? It's not as if I couldn't do it myself or anything, but you still owe me a favor. Also, Yobu Koban says he misses you. Whoa, that's a lot to remember. Is it? Just a bunch of bare stones. He seems to be using some kind of magic to... Whoa, the stones disappeared. That's amazing. So this is Bakedanuki magic? Seems kind of fun. Thank you, Kishiboshi. Let's play hide and seek next time. We already have. My main account. Where it matters. So that one is 2, and the other one in front as well. Both of these are 2. Alright. This one down here is 3. And this is 4. Was well done. Whether it was dealing with Yoroi's illusory tricks or the way you defeated those demons. Hey? Or so Paimon might have said, but this trick of yours is getting real old, Miss Masked Maiden. So I disappointed you then. I apologize. I'll do better next time. There's no need to do better at trivial things like this. That's true. So as for Yoroi, is he doing well? He was turned into stone, but he's very well. I see. Usually when Bake Daruki make a mess, we won't send anyone to deal with them as long as they don't cross the line. After all, although they are mischievous, they're kind-hearted and simple, just like children. When Yoroi dared to steal the wards from the cleansing ritual, well, that was enough to get him punished. Since the Yogo 3 were mentioned in your story, then it was probably Kamuna, an onmyoji from a past age who did the deed. He also mentioned the sneaky kitsune. Miss Masked Maiden, are you Yoroi's kitsune friend? It's quite the compliment. He was actually talking about the daughter of the Hakushin bloodline, also known as the Kitsune Saigu. She was worshipped as the Kitsune goddess in many places long ago. The Sky Kitsune and Earth Kitsune were once her emissaries. After she left, they all turned into stones to preserve their power and await her return. And when she does, they will all walk with the Byakko plane together once more. Following her departure, the bloodline and mystical might of the Kitsune on Narukami Island today have dwindled to less than 1/10 of what they used to be. Yoroi said our contest isn't over yet. Oh, this is what happened. Do you know that Yoroi's full name is Yoroi, the Hidden Protector of the Grove? Yoroi may be dull and impish, but he's also kind and loyal. That's why the Kitsune Saigu aimed to guide him to the right path a long time ago. In order to make sure that he would comply with the Electro Archon's rule, the Kitsune Saigu set the two of them up and got Yoroi appointed as the protector of the grove. This made him responsible for the safety of the Shinju forest. That's why, when the world became pitch black, the Kitsune Saigu was worried that Yoroi might die while fighting against this inexorable evil in his capacity as protector of the forest. So she used the game of hide and seek, something the Bake Danuki are good at, as a way to challenge him. Alright. Yoroi, whatever happens, they're all my magical tricks. Don't fall for them, and don't show up, she said. Of course, you sneaky kitsune. I will definitely defeat you this time, said Yoroi. And that's how their endless contest began. So Yoroi is still waiting for her to come back and find him? Based on what you said about Yoroi, that appears to be the case. But after a while, Yoroi sensed that something was wrong and started wreaking havoc. He even stole the ward in an attempt to lure the Kitsune Saigu out. He didn't realize that it was something required for the sacred Sakura cleansing ritual. He just thought that it was a comb of some importance to the Kitsune Saigu. Later on, Kamuna sealed him into stone due to that misstep. What about the Kitsune Saigu then? She was swallowed up by the darkness. In the end, after that darkness was defeated, she returned to the great land of Narukami along with the soil. And who are you then? Me, as you can see, I'm just Anachi Surato, a shrine maiden who wants to borrow your strength to destroy these evils. That wasn't the question. Miss Annette Shisurato, it's really strange that you know so many things about the past that most people don't. You even know how to use Bake Tanuki magic and cook Tanuki dishes, but you don't know much about the present. It's almost like you're someone from a few centuries ago. We also saw someone who looked like you in some memories. She even had the same name as you. So... you must be just like Yoroi, a Bake Tanuki who was sealed several centuries ago. No, that's not who I inherited their memories. As for other things, please forgive me. I cannot speak of them yet. I made you a promise back there in the cave, so when the time comes, I will reveal everything. What do we do, Lumine? I believe her. Let's leave it at that. Okay, if you say so. Paimon will have some faith in Miss Masked Maiden too. Thank you for your understanding. Now we must part here for the time being. Goodbye. We part in body alone, for our hearts drift with the clouds. I will pray for your success beneath the well in Konda village. I shall be next to the Thunder Sakura root that you cleansed successfully. When the 3 roots and all 5 places have been cleansed, please look for me there.
雨が降ろうと私の行く手を遮ることはできぬ。
This quest was really long, but I really like it too.
実に幸運な一日だ。無人島に閉じ込められた時、雨水は大事な水源になる。今は役に立たないけどな。悪くない収穫だ。
Nice. This reminds me of something. I don't really know where it is though.
「無人島に閉じ込められた時、雨水は大事な水源になる。今は役に立たないけどな。」
Uh-oh. Uh-huh. What a pro. I saw this from afar. Five electro sigils? They'll have some weird names in this. Oh, come on. Oh. He didn't give me a key? I think it's time to go do this. The hardest puzzle in the game. Alright, I'll be right back. I'm going to take a quick break.
騎士団のみんなは真面目にやっているのだろうか。行動するのだ。ここに留まっているわけにはいかない。行こう。次の目的地へ。騎士団のみんなは真面目にやっているのだろうか。
行こう。次の目的地へ。行動するのだ。ここにとどまっているわけにはいかない。
Alright, I'm back. So...
風の神、我らを導きたまえ。行くぞ。いざ勝負。はあ、大丈夫です。瑠璃のように落ちなさい。いざ勝負。
Nice.
みんなも宝が手に。
What's this? Looks like someone's notes. Let Paimon see. Shumatsu, Fatui, blood against... What is this? It's a mess. It's all covered in stains. Paimon can't really read it. Could be a clue to some treasure. That makes sense. Let Paimon have another look. Deciphering the slip. The secret code. Deciphering the slip? The first elf is in the middle of a hazy night. It cuts off here, and Paimon can't tell what the second elf is. But since it used the secret code, there must be some kind of secret to be found, right? Either way, this seems important. Next time we decipher our fortune slip, let's try to match the secret codes, shall we? Oh.
いざ勝負。それ。シュッ。はあ。これが返った。いざ話が通じないなら剣に誓う。やっはあ。
Oh. What?
次の仕事は
Don't bother me again.
いざ勝負。せいはあせいせいや
Floaty floaty sword, what? Who's drunk? Not tonight? Still on the Horizon train? Is this guy defending something? Do I have any reason to fight him? Oh, he is. Nice.
宝が手に入るといいな。
Hmm? Oh. Damn. That was harsh. Okay, so 2 are the ones in front of me. Somewhere? Okay, that's 1. Um, sure. Okay. So, this is 3. It already is. And that one is also 3. Welcome back, Smith. Oh, why is Paimon standing upside down? Those figures you sent me seemed really nice, so I have to sell a kidney. From Kotobukiya? Maybe not. Like 90, 120, 90 to 120. Hey, oh, Paimon thought Miss Anachi Serato would suddenly appear behind us. Well, whatever the case, this is the 5th and final route. Paimon was sure that after this last one would suddenly appear behind us with a poof and give us a treasure. Poof? What do you mean? I'll give you 40 for a kidney. It's worth a little more than that. Well, like, poof, what else is it supposed to be like? Anyway, I guess we finished the sacred Sakura cleansing ritual. That was quite the ordeal. For sure. We walked almost the entire Narukami Island and even went to the bottom of the sea. Paimon is so tired. Well, I'm the only tired one here. Hey, Paimon's been cheering you on real hard, okay? Didn't Miss Best Maiden say that we should go back to her after purifying all 5 roots? Good luck selling a kidney. Paimon's sure we'll get a reward, Lumine. Let's enter the barrier and the well in Konda Village to find her. Paimon's ready for that treasure, as long as it's not Tanuki food again. I have nightmares of that puzzle. Nice bug, by the way, I know. Hey, I called attention to it. God damn it. Silly? You are testing me.
みんなも宝が手に入るといいな。
Yeah, that's in the realm of figures, that brand is not very expensive and is really good. No, I said 90 to 120. Up to you, sir. I might get Lumine if I'm liquid.
思ってもない収穫だ。
Oh, why are you here? Who's that you brought along? Didn't we agree to meet alone? I understand. But if it's about that case, then tell your colleagues that it's not time yet. This isn't about that. It's the matter from last week. The one you promised me about. Oh, not that case. Then which one are you talking about? I'm a law-abiding citizen these days, you know. I'm squeaky clean. This isn't the time we agreed on either way. I mean, I just got out of jail 2 weeks ago. Oh yeah, I got it now. Are you trying to preemptively arrest me to gain some credit? No, that's not it at all. And what gain would there be in catching someone like you? Ouch, not in the feelings, man. I'm at least a treasure hoarder cadre. I'll have you know that I'm pretty well known on the streets, too. No, wait, I get it now. You must be... An exploration would be nice, Hiromi. Ugh. Man, not even knowing who the treasure hoarders are. Is your colleague over here new or something? Shut up. Listen, Lamine. Shun is my informant. Please, don't make an unnecessary fuss out of this. Look, Kazu, I came here with this, friend of mine to ask you where Big Sis is. I want to get in touch with her again. Huh? Ha 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 ha! What on earth are you laughing at, huh? What's your issue? Yeah, what he said. You're hilarious. So here's the skinny traveler. The three of us have known each other since we were wedding pets. This was back before the Sakoku decree, way before Hiromi became some stick in the mud, too. Oh, I mean, just look at what the commission headquarters did to a good boy like him. With me, they turned a good boy into a public servant who protects the people. With him, they turned a bad boy into a treasure hoarder. Alright, I'll be straight with you. See, you knew who we were before the Sakoku decree was implemented, right? There you have it. That's why she left Inazuma. Bet you wrote about Uyu restaurant in your last letter, eh? Don't worry, I miss it too. We even had a drink there the day before the Sakoku decree took effect. Everyone could tell what you were thinking, trust me. But well, isn't it a crying shame that your shogun hates Outlander drifters, eh? Let's just get back to business. Is any of this business? Alright, I'm done messing with you. And I'd love to help you too, but I don't think I can. What do you mean? It's a long story. Well, look, my hand is itching. I think it wants to beat someone up. Wow, what a coincidence. Mine does too. So Big Sis and I were in Julian Karst not long ago. You know about Julian Karst, right? Home of the Adepti, shiny golden corn lapis, light blue noctilucous jade, the works. That's where all the rare and exotic treasures gifted by heaven are buried, you know. They say that the Adepti... I've been there. Okay, so Big Sis and I were casing Julian Karst. Everything was going well at first, and we were even able to conceal ourselves from the Adepti. We planned on treating ourselves to something nice after casing that joint, and we were just about to head back. And then there was a whistling cry between the rocks and the sea, and 2 swords were drawn. 2 people leapt in front of us, 1 man and 1 woman, yelling, "Bandits! There's nowhere to run!" It was a pair of warriors from the Guhua clan. That was it, we thought. We were done for. Oh yeah, and you know, I've heard that man is named Get to the Point. So the man's called Sunio and the woman's called Little Quair. Vixes and I had to split right there. I've got no clue where she is now. Thank you, Lumine. You saved me a lot of time there. The scope of our search has been narrowed down a lot. All you need to do now is check with those 2 members of the Guhua clan, and there should be hope of finding her yet. This model and her badge, I can only rest easy after I've returned both of these to her. Lumine, I'm embarrassed to ask, but can you please help me out? You're not going yourself? I have other duties. It will be hard for me to leave. Oh, I have other duties. It'll be hard for me to leave. You're useless. How can you take yourself seriously with that pathetic salary and having to flatter your superiors constantly? It's getting late anyway. You should go back to your post. I don't know what to say. You want to be a good public servant and the lackey of the commissioner? Yet you can't let go of our friendship or forget the throbbing of your heart. Even though your paths have diverged so much, you don't have the guts to make your own choices. You're just a wuss who throws your duties to others. But don't you worry. Those choices will come back to you in the end. When that time comes, you won't be able to hide anymore. Don't you lecture me. That's right, that's right. How could I forget? I'm an outlander thief, and you're a public servant. You should be the one lecturing me. Well, traveler, looks like it's your time to save the day again. I'm not gonna play house with this petty public servant a second longer. I've got my own job to do. Need some help? No, I'm fine. I'm fine. Well, he wasn't speaking complete nonsense. But I'm afraid that I still need you to do this for me, Lumine. Just this once. Thanks, I will seize the next opportunity when it comes along with my own hands. Well, I'd best be back soon or my superior will get mad. Thanks again for your help, Lumine. Take care of yourself. If anything urgent should crop up, you know where to find me, Norito. Norito? Okay. Smith, you want to help me out? Never mind. I should do it myself. Not really? Great. Thanks. Fuck you. Huh? Allow me.
ジンさんにサボっているところを見つかったらどやされちゃうよ。
Allow me. Puzzle Genshin. Yes.
向こうに何か変なものがあるみたい。見に行かないの？見に行かないの？
I'm not even bothering trying this one because this one is really bad. It needs to be Electro? Oh, no. Wait, does this person also not know the puzzle? What? This triggers you? Well, I asked you for help, didn't I? Now you can go get fucked. Invite you? Invite you for what, dude? Even Cyan knows, who's not a Genshin player.
試合をしよう。ついてこれるかな？
is the only puzzle in the game I ever needed help with. Never Googled for any puzzle? Wasn't I with you when you were trying to do this and it took you like ages and you went looking for it? Cement. I seem to remember leading you down here and you Googled it. It took like 15 minutes. Oh, that's much better. That's entertainment. Well, you play how you want. Huh? To be honest, this one isn't much better. I got lost. Oof. Where is this? No, don't hit the other one. That was dumb. God damn it. What was that for? So you got Toma?
お触り禁止。この仕事は排除するべきですね。よく見てろ。風の神、我らを導きたまえ。いざ勝負。
Cyan being a hater.
行くぞ。いざ勝負。いざ勝負。思ってもないし。
That would be a loss for all of us, though. Had more fun with Legion than I ever did with GTA 5. I believe that 100%.
一日だ。
Yay! Under the sea. Under the sea. Played Watch Dogs Legion for like 2 hours. Hey, bitch. Gotta help, bitch.
次の仕事は？
Oof. I fucked up again. Trophy. Hey, no, I didn't fuck up. Oh. Okay. Arrogance. I don't think you've seen a domain in Inazuma yet, right? Okay. Makes sense. Never really saw domains enough to hate them. It's a nice change of scenery. Yeah. It's nice that every area has its own distinctive look. Nice. So what else is left to do other than story? How's my exploration in these areas? I think it's good. One or two places I haven't been to, but because I will still go there without having to try much. Is that an Earth Kitsune? No. That's the chest I want. Not to get back on the boat.
宝が手
82% exploration? That's pretty good. That's probably better than Smith. Or as he is right now. You do? Damn. What an explorer. Imagine not having 100%. Yes. Indeed. And yet, I even told you, wasn't the... Ah, yes, yes, yes. So do you have all the islands at 100%? Alright. I'm not going in there because I have to go there later anyway. Okay. So I have a bunch of doors that I still can't get through because my electrogranum is not powerful enough. But other than that, it seems like it's pretty okay. Alright, let me see if I can find these people. Oh. A challenge. Oh, it's this one. Might as well get some Shinshin for Ganyu, right? She needs something to eat. What? It's true. I'm not making this up. It's you, traveler. Your great name is known throughout Liyue Arbor. Might I inquire as to why you have elected to grace us with your... You're talking all funny. I am presently trying to teach Queer how to treat people with the proper etiquette. As the saying goes, those without credibility have no leg to stand on, and those without etiquette... fair, but there's no need to be so formal. Alright, then may I help you? I'm looking for a certain female thief. Also, you have come to perform the chivalrous act of hunting down criminals. The Ghoul clan will definitely support that. What aid may we lend you? The two of you went after her once. Now that you mention it, I do have an impression of just such an incident. It happened about a week ago. Queer and I were wandering these mountains and training when we were interrupted by two thieves. We rose up and made to help the Adepti keep their paradise clean of such unwanted intruders. We pursued the two thieves deep into Mount Hulao, only to see their shadows suddenly rise and fall. Then what happened? Suddenly one of the shadows disappeared. I said, "Queer, this must be a trap. Don't fall for it." Then we began to chase the female thief. We climbed Mount Hulao through rock, stone, cave, and cloud. In short, we chased them up and down, and up and down. And then we heard a puff. Then the female thief was gone. Little Queer and I searched for her for a long time, but we couldn't find any trace. We thought that she must have fallen off cliffs. Or perhaps she was so agile that she gave us the slip. That's possible as well. That's all I know. I cannot be sure if it'll be of use to you, but... Thanks for your help. I'm glad that we were able to help. By the way, I also saw a few Shinshin on the mountain summit that seemed quite lovely, beyond the pale even. I wonder if... Taking my leave now. Isn't Big Sis that optional boss from the Lantern, right? I remember her. Yes, that's it. I thought I'd never get out. Thanks for saving my life, stranger. It's you. Aren't you that? Oh, so it's that. Yes, and that time in Jingsha too. Yeah, definitely that. Yes, that's right. So, did you get any mileage out of those key remains? Hardly. You're something, alright. So it really was you who turned my brothers inside out back in Chinsha village. Well, regardless, you have my thanks for saving my life. Otherwise, I don't know how long I would have been trapped in this accursed amber. It was awful in there. The vaunted adepti of Juyun cursed. A pack of petty jerks, I tell you. The adeptus saved your life, you know. You're right. I accidentally fell into this pit back when I was trying to avoid that crazy couple. But thanks to Mountain Spinner wrapping me up in amber from way over in his abode, I wasn't injured. Well, he's not an avid finisher of what he starts, seeing as how he didn't let me out afterwards. The Adeptus was probably trying to punish you, too. Makes sense, huh? Alright, I'm done laughing now. Come on, let's get out of this place. So, I suppose that you got something you need my help with then. Wait, how did you know? Ha, you can't fool me. You Outlanders have faces that can hide no secrets. Well then, what's the matter? Did you finally remember that you might have to arrest me, oh hero of Liyue? Please take this. Oh, is this a gift? Thanks. It's from Hiromi. Hiromi, who's that? You don't know each other? Sorry, I don't know any officer who catches thieves. Especially idiots. I don't know any of them. However, please thank him for returning the badge. Also, the Huyu restaurant seems like a fine place. I will go there for drinks when I am free. Go for a few drinks and get to know that idiot along the way. So did you manage to get any news of Big Sis? We've spoken, hi. What did she say? Don't tell me she's already forgotten about me. She doesn't know a Hiromi. But, well, that's because she can't get to know any public servants. Idiotic ones, least of all. Still, she thinks that... She thinks that? She can give it a try. Sounds like a date, doesn't it? Eh? Is that how you see it? Is that so strange? No, it's just I wasn't expecting this response. I'll go if you won't. Huh, what? No, there's no need for that. I can take care of this myself. But she didn't mention when she'll try to get to know me, did she? She's a treasure hoarder, after all. I'm afraid she couldn't spill the beans then. Yes, you're right. Anyway, you have my thanks, Lumine. Perhaps I still need time to digest everything that she said. Well, I can't claim to be disappointed with this answer either way. Sorry for the trouble. Here's your payment. Don't forget now who your restaurant. I got it. Thank you. By the way, Lumine, I wish you all the best here in Inazuma. I should kill some bosses. Arrogance, you wanna go kill something?
この間
Seeing the world from Reddit currently? Okay. Enjoy. Someone trying to get in? Survey time. That means mint. Spam invite Melty, he's not there. Saturday we do that. I mean, I can answer this one. I don't know the password for this. I don't think I even registered. What is your overall evaluation of these monsters? It's just one. Yeah, he's fun. It open-ended? I like this. Wait, we can do this. He's a very fun boss. Not bad. He is Mint's favorite wolf. Mint doesn't mean the man. I like it. I mean, the next time it actually understood Smith. Seaman. That's perfect. Alright. Maybe I'll let you do this one too. I don't wanna do punctuation on it. And it's probably analyzed by a different team. Maybe.
料理の時間だよ。話が通じないならガンオー帝君のためにいざしょ行くぞ。風の神
Wait, why did I do that?
導きたまえ。はあせいしゅっ
I have my talents maxed. What has to be documented?
ウオパー火を吹け。
Yes.
よく見ておけ。料理の時間だよ。
Obviously, no context. He came. He comes every day.
よっおさわり禁止。
Steam and A. Steam and T. Hey, this game does not allow him to have the cement name because it looks like semen. So it's only natural. Lols. I didn't even think about it. What do you mean? Throw watched it and he recommended it to you. I clearly remember Throw recommending that to you. Fuck. Yeah, I remember.
いざ。
When is the new Telltale putting out a game? They've already announced 2, but done nothing. Smells of old Telltale. I literally bought a mini fridge and stocked it with bleach for situations like this. Because you really want to scrub the toilet where we go to? Maybe. Then why even announce it? Shut the fuck up and do the game. We all already had enough of the flex. And new Gears is in development. Surprising no one? So we check a good with 5, they better do a 6. I'm good. I'm probably not getting Game Pass for a while. Or ever again, so I don't really care, but sure. I ended up not even playing Halo Infinite. Will be €2 for 3 months. €2 for Xbox? Think I'm crazy? What kind of a traitor am I? Miss Masked Maiden, we're back. You did a wonderful job. I can hear the Thunder Sakura Root singing your praises. I have something to confess to you. Go ahead, tell us. What is it? When you first acquired the Kona Village Award, I said that you were the destined one. In truth, I didn't have full confidence in your virtue and courage at that time. But as the cleansing ritual progressed, you not only showed me my folly, but you also far exceeded my expectations. So much so that... Look at me, I'm cleaning a haunted house in Power Wash Simulator. I always knew you were a good wash. I can't help but feel sad. If there had been someone like you by the Kitsune Saigu's side, then perhaps... Nothing, I was just rambling. So that's a wrap then? What's our reward? This isn't over yet, is it? No, it isn't. As expected of the one who could easily lift the 5 barriers, you have the ability to see through things like the moonlight pierces the clouds. The sacred Sakura cleansing ritual is one more step to go. What? There's another step? As a price for protecting the land and absorbing the filth, miasma will accumulate in the roots. You have lifted the barriers and defeated the demons created by these defilements. Just as the Grand Shrine has its branches, the Thunder Sakura are just the side branches of the Sacred Sakura in Mount Yongo. The 5 roots are the main parts. Most of the filth they absorb has in fact been transmitted to the Sacred Sakura, deep within Mount Yongo. So the most important thing is to... That's right. The key to the Sacred Sakura cleansing ritual is the last step, which is to lift the barrier over the Sacred Sakura and purify the miasma that has accumulated in its roots over the years. Wait a minute. The Sacred Sakura is at the Grand Narukami Shrine, right? If we tangle with those monsters right in the middle of the shrine, it would cause an uproar. There's no need to worry about that. The Sacred Sakura's roots are sealed in the depths of Mount Yongo, far away from the shrine. Will there really be no problems? Yes, you can trust me. If you say so, guess we'll just have to do it. Thank you. Then let's get this over with as quickly as possible. A bunch of 3 months of Game Pass codes that need fresh account to work. I've only gotten 1 month after $1 after the fact. Still good with that 3 months. Right, you can't use a code, but you can pay. Who would know? This is the final barrier of the Sacred Sakura cleansing ritual. If the 2 of you are ready... Wait, before we start, Paimon has some questions. Feel free to ask. You said that when the time comes you would tell us everything. Yes, but if possible, could we wait until the Sacred Sakura cleansing ritual is complete? The Sacred Sakura is constantly telling me of her agony. Still, I know it's rude to ask that you wait yet more. After all, you 2 have already done so much. I'm really sorry. I hope you understand. I trust you. Alright. Be sure to keep your word. Of course. Thank you both for your understanding. I'm going to lift the barrier. East to the ocean depths, west to the Cinder Sea, south to the blazing light, and north to the waning waters. All branches and roots end this evil. The seal has been lifted. Well, what's next? This is a long descent. Please forgive me, but you will need to jump in next. Paimon can fly. Hey, what are you suggesting? You look so scary down there. Paimon just knows something bad's going to happen once we jump down. Don't worry. Though the Sacred Sakura's roots may brim over with filth, she can still tell the one performing the cleansing ritual apart from other things. She will bless you with a safe landing to cleanse the last of the miasma. This I promise. Really? Please trust me. So what do we do after we get down there? To put it shortly, just show your courage. The filth has condensed into a large tumor in the deepest part of Mount Yongo, and it is now tightly wrapped and suppressed by the roots of the Sacred Sakura. Attack the miasmatic tumor. It will struggle when it is attacked and may create demonic creatures to stop you. During this time, you will need to use the surrounding mechanisms to strengthen the suppressive force of the Sacred Sakura roots, just as you did with the 5 seals previously. The Sacred Sakura will thus be empowered to coordinate with you and create opportunities for you to attack. Sounds really scary. Well, I've fought worse. I believe in your strength. Now then, won't you be coming along? When the battle is done, I will meet you down there to finish the cleansing ritual. I'm really sorry. As I said, I am prevented from completing this task by my physical condition. I hope you will understand. Paimon guesses this is it. So, how are your preparations going? I'm ready. Okay, please step forward then and perform the final step of the sacred Sakura cleansing ritual. I'm tired of saying that. If there is anything you want to ask about the purification, please feel free to ask me. Well then, I wish you all the best. You know what? I don't want to read cleansing Sakura whatever ritual. So, I'll just go. Get that Onikabuto. Looks like we had, what? There's still battle waiting for us, Lumine. Get them. This is the first one. 1, 2. Three. 4. 5. Ah, shit. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You know, I rarely eat, but I should eat for this.
まだ諦めるわけには。いざ勝負。さあ、この程度の傷。おさわり禁止。次の人。剣に誓う。よし。
So 1, and then the 2 on the sides are 2. And the other ones are 3. Let's go.
ついていきます。風雪の縮図。いざ勝負。やっちゃ。せや。はあ。やっ。いざ勝負。
Yeah, this is one of the most intense fights, I think. It is over. Just because it takes long, you have a puzzle at the same time. It's really fun. The agony that the Sacred Sakura has been going through should have dissipated. Human child, you have done well. You truly are the destined one. Oh, that was a tough battle. It's a good thing Paimon has been training you well, Lumine. Thanks. I'll leave your payment for you later. As we agreed, you shall not have to worry about that. Wait a minute. Didn't we agree on something else too? After the Sacred Sakura cleansing ritual is completed, you're supposed to tell us your story. But I'd like to hear your tale too. That's right, you can't go back on your agreement with us now. Alright. Before that, there is one thing that I am really sorry about. I haven't had a chance to formally ask you both your names after all this time. My name is Lumine. And Paimon's name is Paimon. Lumine, Paimon. Nice names. I'll keep them in mind. As I said earlier, I did inherit the memories of the Kitsune Saigo. Oh, Paimon is super curious about this part. The Kitsune Saigo was originally of the Hakushin bloodline, and she used to defend the people of Inazuma alongside the Electro Archon. I don't know how long ago it was, but in the end she was consumed by the Dark Disaster while fighting to protect Narukami Island. However, the barriers that she set up in many places protected a great many people. Even though I just happen to have inherited her memory, and perhaps I overstepped my bounds in saying so, but I'm truly proud of her. Are you one of her familiars? Yeah, like the Sky and Earth Kitsune? Now that you mention it, I did notice a very similar Kitsune aura at the top of the mountain. within the Grand Narukami Shrine. That's not the case with me. I am not one of her familiars, but rather, when the dark disaster that consumed her was finally dealt with, her thoughts and memories returned to the soil of Narukami Island. Now you defeated many Yoshimusha during the process of performing the sacred Sakura cleansing ritual, did you not? You mean those ghostly samurai? They were pretty small beings. They are creatures created by the coalescence of filth. Their forms are often swayed by the thoughts and memories of the times. If you don't mind, please answer this question honestly. Is Inazuma presently shrouded in war? What do we do, Umin? I'm afraid that it's true. I see. So it is as I feared. When you told me that Oshimusha appeared during the purification of Thunder Sakura root, I already sensed this. Well, as long as she is on the path she believes in. Back to the point, I, Ana Chizurato, am filth condensed from the memory of the Kitsune Saigu. How could that be? I see. I'm sorry that I couldn't fight along with you. I am unable to purify the filth because I was created from it myself. Her memories were so powerful that the dark disaster could not dissolve them completely. After the disaster was defeated, those memories flowed into the earth as fiery filth. That's how I was born. You said earlier that if only the Kitsune Saigu had me around. Yes, I said that. If only the Kitsune Saigu had someone like you at her side, perhaps she would have survived. How wonderful it would be if she had had the chance to meet you. But when I think about that, I can't help but selfishly think that if that had been the case, then I wouldn't have been born. I wouldn't have inherited their memories, nor would I have met you. So the you that I saw through the memento lens, yes, that was me in the past. At first, I was quite overwhelmed, but as my memories returned, I came to know where I was from and understood my duty. That means my duty is to guard Narukami Island, cleanse the miasma, and finish the sacred Sakura cleansing ritual. Wait, Miss Anat Shizurato, if you're filth yourself and the ritual's goal is to eliminate filth, doesn't that mean you'll be eliminated too? Well, the word eliminated sounds a bit much, but in terms of the result, you are correct. No, that can't be. When I first realized this, I felt very uneasy as well. But I've learned a lot about Inazuma through meeting you, and what I've learned relieves me. Yoroi survived and doesn't seem to be depressed at all, despite having been sealed in stone by Kamuna, and he doesn't seem to have a grudge against the Kitsune Saigu either. Although all is not as well as it once was, the bloodlines of Konda and Simon in Konda village still run true to this day, which is good. Inagi Misato of the Grand Shrine was once her friend as well, and that line endures. These are the descendants of the people she protected. When the disaster struck, she would be proud to know that they are well and that their bloodlines have been passed on. This event is long, we know how many acts? 4? Still, I was a little agitated by the destruction of the catalyst that was given to Hiragi Hiroshi, Kanjo head, by the Kitsune Saigu. More than a little, I'd say. You are right. I was really bent out of shape about that. Still, I'm glad to see that it came to you, even through such twists and turns. I wonder if this is how I feel, or if this is how the Kitsune Saigu feels. In the past, I was often troubled by the fact that her mind was mixed with mine, and yet I was also something she was tasked to remove. But now I am relieved. It was a pleasure and an honor to travel with you. No, rather, it was because of you that I was able to come here and carry out my final duties. Are you really leaving? Yes. Thank you for everything, Paimon. Please forgive me for overstepping, Lumin. Paimon, please hear what I have to say. I'm listening. Do not be blinded. Do not waver. Keep walking the path that you believe in. These were the Kitsune Saigu's last words before her final parting. I'm not qualified to claim the Yakushin bloodline for my own, but I believe that if the Kitsune Saigu were alive, she would give you her blessing. I hope that her words, I mean my words, will be able to ward off at least some of the lies and evil that you shall face in the future. Thank you. You are welcome. In exchange, please indulge me one final time. The Kitsune Saigu always favored the beauty of short chants. Although I have inherited their memories and the 1,111 chants she knew, I like the grace she possessed with them. But this moment reminds me of one such chant. When shall we meet again after this parting? For life is like the morning dew. Miss Anna Chisarato, farewell. Thank you and goodbye. It was a pleasure to meet you both, Lumine, Paimon. All branches and roots, end this evil, and I declare it purified hereby. This is such a good quest. I can't believe that this isn't voiced. I don't remember exactly what to do with the mask. You did something with it. Hello, traveler from far. Welcome to the Grand Narukami Shrine. If you encounter any trouble, sure. Did you tell me about Anachi's Ah, this is it. You have my thanks. I do not know how you managed it, but healing this sacred Sakura was no mean feat. You have my utmost thanks as a shrine maiden of the Grand Narukami Shrine. Anachi's I don't believe that any such person works at the Grand Narukami Shrine. Speaking of which, we found an antique kitsune mask while cleaning up the shrine hall. It seems to have once belonged to Lady Kitsune Saigu. If you don't mind, would you like to have it? Since you were the one who completed the cleansing ritual, I believe there must be some fate that ties you, Lady Saigu, and the shrine together. It's become a little fragile with its great age, so you can't really wear it, but I believe it must at least bear some sentiments and blessings from bygone years. Thank you. I think you can leave it here, maybe? No. What? This is the mask for your teapot? That's the second one I picked up. The one she gave me is not. The one left on the floor is not, I mean.
あるのはとてもいいことです。
The teapot mask was because people complained they couldn't keep the other one if they wanted to finish the quest completely. Ah, yes, it's to learn how to craft the Hakushin ring. Damn. Stingy little bugger. Go away. The game is definitely giving me shit. Damn. That was a little awkward. I think we pretty much explored this island. That's 85%. Damn. I think that's quite enough. Uh, so the only place I didn't explore properly was beneath Teishukaku, and that's fine because I'll be there with Ayaka later. I might get to 90% here.
Mm. 実に幸運な一日だ。
90% already. Never mind. I definitely can get to 90%. Damn. The best explorer in the business. What? I thought that was here. You really enjoyed the event. I think the event is really big, full of things to do. You might miss something though. Why do you think I'll miss something? It's really a lot. Oh. It's a temporary thing. I'm using a guide. I'm not letting things go. $213 achievements. That's pretty good. Melty has 313. Arrogance has 160. Sure. I still see an Electro Sealy right there. What? What do you want? Defeat opponents. You? Why are there monsters wandering around? Although the scenery is very nice, it really is quite dangerous. But I can include this experience in my travelogue. Let's get out of here and find a safe place. That guy is still following us. He's really, persistent. I forgot I was already going through this one. What the hell is this place? There are monsters here. Why are you following us? Me? Follow you? Aren't I allowed to come here to enjoy a walk and pick fruit? So paranoid. Last location is at the top of the hill over there. Oh. Let's get that Electro Sealy before I forget about it. I can't wait to do the event. It just bothers me that I still haven't finished the story here, and then Sumeru is next, and I don't want to do it twice again. I'll let you know when I'm going to do it. I mean, as soon as I beat the story here, I'll go do the event. Oh, yes, that's exactly what I need. Fuck.
風の神よ、我らを導きたまえ。
Where's the ending of this puzzle? Oh. The biggest cheater. Still a challenge over there. Sitting on top of the mountain, you can almost see the entire Narukami Island. The wind at the mountain top is quite strong, and the height is perfect for takeoff. There are no obstacles here. It's a long way from Inazuma City. I won't be disturbed by Doshin or by unwanted people. It really is a good location. In conclusion, it's a good location to take off from, and it's a nice place to write about in the travel log. That guy. He's still following us. He just won't let us go. I'll get rid of him. It's fine, don't worry about him. He wouldn't dare do anything rash with you around. When dealing with this kind of person, if you approach him, he would keep pestering you. Anyway, let's call it a day. Let's go back to the Komore tea house. are the others? No? Ha!
ほう、嬉しいじゃないか。
91. You're awake late today, Cement. Are you not working tomorrow?
で、合わせならいつでも付き合おう。
I am, but I really wanted to finish the event main quest. Okay, okay. $72. Holy shit. That's hard pity.
よく見ておけ。
話が通じないなら
いざ勝負。
It's guaranteed, right? Alright. Then I guess you have nothing to worry about. It's just a matter of time.
風よ、私に答えるのだ。
Yeah, you got Chi-Chi, yes?
いざ勝負。はあ。それ。
Dun dun woo!
いざ勝負。せいせい。
So I need. Shimmering nectar. Slime secretions I'm good on. Shimmering nectar, Sylvan Raven insignia. And ominous mask. I'm going to bed now. Commissions are done. Have a good night, guys. Have a good night, Smith. Thank you for hanging out. Have fun dreaming about your Kazuha coming tomorrow. I believe. I'm the man. You're something, alright. Okay. That wasn't good progress on the main story front, but we have finished the Narukami Island main quest itself. Which is really good. Alright, attack? Really? Had to finish lamely, didn't you? Three Thames, let's go. Nice. Nice. Can I make more of these? Dead leyline leaves. Maybe? Sounds like I can. Corn. We need 4. That's a great sword. No. Did I waste? No. Okay, cool. Sure. Okay. We powered up a little. I like it. Need to go do this in single player at some point. Alright. Anyway, we're done for today. That's been a big stream. I held on, but now I must go to sleep. I must go to bed. So, this is it for me. I will see you all tomorrow for more Genshin Impact. And we're finishing the Act 1 of the Archon quest for Inazuma for sure. Maybe even Ayaka or Yoimiya will show up for some story. Have a good night, Arrogance. Thank you for hanging out, everyone. Goodbye. Good night.